6 is public comment. Any members of the audience wishing to speak during public comment? Anybody online? If you are online and wish to speak during public comment, please raise your hand. Seeing none, we will go ahead and move forward from public comment to item 7 of presentation, 7.1, Full Service Community Schools Report. Mrs. Renetta Mondragon, Associate Superintendent for Taos Municipal Schools.
This is going to take some getting used to. I'm going to say, President Flores, members of the board, Superintendent Layton, members of the community. Thank you this evening for asking for this opportunity for me to provide you with a full report on our full service community schools grant, which is up to date for the end of the school year, not our fiscal year. Next slide. Anna. Maria, can you move to the next slide? Oh, there she is. It's very tiny up there. First slide. Hold on. Thank you. So our grant summary is our initial application for the grant was in fiscal year 2022. Our grant writers for the grant and our partners was Commissioner Anjanette Brush, Ms. Jennifer Amon, myself, Ms. Paula Oxaby Hyatt, Linda Quintana, Lourdes Cordova, Sarah Bradley, Camille Rivera, and Deborah Branchal. So it was a coordination between the community and the district in getting the grant application up and running. The way that I came into this was the grant wasn't moving along like everybody had hoped it would. And so I got asked to step in and push it along. And so we got our principals on board on helping write goals for the grant. We were very lucky with our Commissioner Brush and Ms. Jennifer Amon, who sat with me after Ms. Paula Oxaby Hyatt was unable to help continue on with the grant application. We spent, in fact, we're just remembering hours locked up in my office trying to get the grant application together, the budget and everything submitted. So I just want to personally thank you all again for that. It was amazing sitting with them and having the support from both of these writers. They had amazing input, and as well did our principals. Grant community partners was New Mexico Senator Heinrich, our State of New Mexico Food and Hunger Coordinator, Town of Taos Mayor, Mr. Pascual, Taos County Board of County Commissioners, which thank you again. We've been supportive all this time. Taos Pueblo Governor, State Representative Christina Ortez, Penny Holland from 100% Taos Community Schools Action Team. So these were all people who had sent in letters in support of us, and I think got the word out as well up there to, promote our application as well. Our initial awardees for years 1 through 3 are Taos High School, Taos Middle School, Enos Garcia. Years 4 and 5 is Arroyos del Norte and Ranchos Elementary. We've been lucky enough to have our state grant help support year 3 for our community schools, and we found out at the end of the year that they're also going to help out with year 4. So that's going to be a piece of our match funding, which we'll talk about a little bit later. Community with match funding is required and was set in the initial application. So when we look at the budget, that's my responsibility of going through it and making sure that we're budgeting using the grant funds, but we're also looking at match funding coming in from the community and how that's following the requirements of the grant. Our fiscal cycle is January through December. So it kind of gives us a little, it's a little odd for the district because we're July to June. And so we have to kind of put on those 2 hats of January to December and then move into the July through June when we're also budgeting the grant. Our goals of the grant, which was written into it, is district-wide implementation of the community schools model, continuum of services and supports between community and schools, enhanced student success, stronger families and communities, and food sovereignty programs. Next slide, Anna. So the timeline of the grant, just kind of a general overview, was the initial grant coordinator. There was a proposed grant coordinator who resigned in year 2023. I took over the grant. Typically, you don't want to have, well, actually, this is a requirement. You don't want to have somebody who's wearing multiple hats take over that responsibility, but you have to have somebody in place. And so I stepped into that role with the understanding that we would be hiring for that position. Ms. Victoria Santisteban came on board in 2023, 2024. So I oversaw it for half of a year and she oversaw it for the remainder of the year and the beginning of the following year. I did take it over again when Ms. Santisteban did resign, and I've held that position for now. I worked with our officer in trying to get applicants from all over the nation. Unfortunately, I think when people see federal, they get a little concerned about what's going to happen to the position. And I definitely did hear that this year with the applicants. We did go out for interviews 3 times. I'm going to say this last time was this Friday, and it looks like it's pretty positive, and I'm keeping my fingers crossed. That 3rd time is a charm. Our community schools coordinators, Taos High School, we were able to fill that in 2024 to current. Taos Middle School was from 2024 to current, and then Enos Garcia Elementary School was 2024 to current. And keep in mind where we were hiring people within the process. So our high school was hired later in the year of our 23-24 school year. So it was around January, February that they were hired. Mid-school happened this year in 2024, 2025. And then Ms. Martha Romero, you all remember her, was in 2024 when we're at that end of that cycle. So Arroyos del Norte, these are our state grants. We have Melissa Smith, who was 2023 to 2025. And then we hired Miss Nikki Kane from 2025. They're part of the years of the grant is 1 and 2 of the state grant. And then there'll be years 3 and 5 of the full service. Again, keeping in mind the way that our district runs with the fiscal, it's going to be this coming fiscal year that we bring on board Arroyos and Ranchos. At Ranchos, it was Miss Corilia Ortega from 2023, and then we were able to hire on Melissa Montoya from 2024 to 2025. Again, they're a part of our state grant. They'll fall into years 3 and 5 of the full service community schools grant. Schools being served was years 1 and 2, Taos High School, Taos Middle School, and Enos Garcia, and that was through the director. So even though we didn't have the coordinators in place necessarily, the director, myself, and Ms. Santisteban were still fulfilling those roles. Years 3, 4, and 5, again, we're bringing on board Arroyos and Ranchos. District compliance, I wanted to mention with this grant, there hasn't been any feedback from our federal grants officer, who I was in regular communication with throughout this entire year, about us being out of compliance or in any danger of being out of compliance. The biggest concern was us having a district coordinator in place, and with the understanding that, you know, we've gone out to have people apply for it and offer the position, but they haven't accepted it. So even in December, her and I were working on looking at nationally where we could find somebody to apply for the grant. Next slide. So our timeline for staffing, which I kind of already went over, was year 1. We had the 0.5 coordinator. Taos High School, we didn't have any. Taos Middle School, and then nobody for the district, which I was fulfilling. Year 2, we had 1 coordinator. We had Taos High School for 0.25 of the cycle of the grant, and then Taos Middle School, we didn't have anybody in place. However, we did have our coordinator who was filling in that role. So that's how we were able to get most of our program up and running at that time. Year 4, year 3, which is this year, we have our Enos fully staffed, Taos High School is fully staffed, Taos Middle School is also fully staffed. District, unfortunately, I'm fulfilling that role. And then year 4, what we're looking towards is, again, will be, for now, EGS is going to be fully staffed, Taos High School, Taos Middle School, and then we're pending on our district. Arroyos has a coordinator, and so does Rancho. So we're fully community schools across the district right now with staff in place. Recruitment, retention of staff is always one of our issues. The living in Taos and the cost of living always has an impact on all of our positions within the district. We've also provided match funding for the grant through the salary of myself. So a portion of my salary can be considered as that match fund that I was talking about earlier. Question?
I just have a excuse me. Is that in kind or is it a cash match?
It's a cash match.
It's a cash match.
So summary of year 1, actually, I'm sorry about that. It's also in kind as well.
What is in kind?
So in kind, if we're looking at program funding, so if you're talking about in kind as I am and looking at it through the lens of that we have an outside organization that's bringing in programming, I would say that would be the in kind.
In kind?
Yeah.
Okay.
Mhm.
But
So,
yours- but excuse me,
go ahead.
but yours is a cash match.
Mine would be a cash
So
match.
you're reporting that as a cash match.
Yes.
Towards, what is our portion of the cash match, did you say?
Our portion is about 10% of the grant,
It's 10%?
approximately. So summary of year 1 in 2023, our successes was creating a logic model for the grant. That was a requirement before I attended the national conference, and I worked with our federal programs officer, compliance officer to create that for the district, attend the national conference, which I attended myself, began the process of contracting an evaluator as well. That's another huge component of the grant, is ensuring that we have an evaluator of the program in place. And then meeting regularly with other grant awardees. So Las Cruces and Bernalillo, we were in constant contact. In fact, Naomi, who was provided for training for us, was actually the first one that I had met with the full service community schools grant. Some challenges was the resignation of our grant coordinator, the initial prospect that we had for it. No site coordinators at that time at all 3 school sites. Finding an evaluator was a big challenge for us, having a good fit, somebody who could come up and work with the district. We had an initial prospect in place. Unfortunately, I'm not sure why that fell through on year 2, but it did. Finding community support for match funding for summer school programming and then the regular school year programming as well. Federal grant requirements was the submission of the grant logic model at that time. Any questions with that? So summary of year 2. Oh, go ahead.
Can we go back a slide? Sorry, I was just kind of taking a look. So as far as like evidence of implementation and how all of that is going, that process up to now, do we have information on that?
As far as,
Just like the overall implementation, like how it's happened, how it's going at each school, what any progress, challenges, anything like that?
so this was the summary of year 1 of the grant. So these were the items that we were able to implement, which was the logic model and having me in the place and going to the national conference. And it does carry on into that we were able to hire the district coordinator as well, but that kind of goes into year 2.
So there's no data on that as of now, on our first year?
I guess I'm kind of wondering like what type of data?
I mean, I just, like, we created it, so I'm just like wondering, after we created it, like, where is it at now? And,
Oh, I'm getting to that.
okay.
Yeah. So we're just on year one now. We'll go to year two.
Ms. Malaguna, I have a quick question. The logic model, if you could just explain or summarize what is the creation of the logic model?
Sure. So the logic model is looking at how the district's going to implement the grant throughout the years of the grant. So we had to break out our goals and what those look like from the grant, and then assign where we were going to be each year of the grant as well. And it's something that we go back to and reevaluate because there's other factors that come into play that we may not be hitting the exact goals that we need to, for example, not having a district coordinator or all three of our school sites not having a community schools coordinator in place, which is required of the grant. So does that explain it, President Flores? So now we're on year two, which is 2024. Our success was hired a district coordinator, established gardening greenhouses at all school sites, collaborated with the community. Admin and coordinators were able to attend the national conference in the springtime. A regular meeting scheduled with coordinators was established, requested by national conference to have federal programs director to present a general session on partnership establishment with Taos Pueblo. So unfortunately, I was unable to attend, but that was one of the requests from the national conference was that our district present what our relationship was with Taos Pueblo and how we created that. They would have liked us to share that out. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to attend at that time because of all of me stepping into the role of superintendent. That was the issue. Challenges were hiring site coordinators at all three school sites. Finding an evaluator, again, was an issue who knew federal grants and what exactly needed to be done with the federal grants. Learning the new ad hoc reporting system. So previously we would, when I was completing the grant, my reporting was just to write a report and a summary of what we had done with the grant. That year of 2024, what they did was put it into a whole system where you had to incorporate all these data points, which was hundreds of data points that Ms. Santi Esteban had to work on, and then you had to write a summary of all of that as well. So it was quite a task for her. District coordinator was unable to attend the December conference, and this was due to personal issues. Something came up for her and she was unable to attend. Finding community support for match funding. You know, that I think that's our biggest piece right now is what does that look like and how does the community come in and support, and with the understanding that this is part of our match funding that we have. And then our drawdown challenge. So last year, our finance had drawn down some of the money and drawn down too much of the money from the federal grant, hadn't put it back in. So we've been kind of trying to figure out this year what our budget actually looked like. We finally got it nailed out now in March, so we're able to have a clear idea of what our full service community schools grant budget looks like.
Excuse me. There are two methods to be able to draw down, and one is what you just mentioned,
Mhm.
and that's a drawing down ahead of time or on a reimbursement basis. And was there an option to do the drawdown and ahead of time? Because that's always gets a little complicated because you have the cash in hand to use, but yet the reporting for that is just a little difficult because if you don't spend, then there's other criteria that comes into play.
Mhm.
So again, sometimes, but it would have taken a loan, a temporary loan from the district to be able to fund the grant, to be able to expend and then seek a reimbursement. And did we have that? Could we have not had that process in place?
So one of our contractors was the one who did the drawdown, and I'm not sure I quite understood how they were able to draw down the 200,000 from the federal grant. What became the question was if we did over draw down then why didn't we send it back if we knew? And so what she had let me know was that she was unaware that she needed to send it back. So she left it in one of our line items sitting there for us to just utilize throughout the year as we were spending from the grant. So that it also led to us not having a clear picture of what the budget was at that time. So our grant requirements at that time were the ad hoc reporting and scorecard, and then the budget submission, and then expenditure submissions as well. Any questions on year 2?
I have another thought,
Yes.
and that was for these national conferences that are so critical to attend. Could there have been anybody else to have attended that conference?
Not at that time, because we didn't have coordinators in place that would be able to go to it. And so I've heard from several that, we're out of compliance because of not attending the national conference. And our federal grants officer was fully aware of us not being able to attend, and that has never been one of the issues that they brought up. Again, going back to, and I'm happy to show emails, her biggest concern for us was, do you have a district coordinator in place? How soon can you get that in place? Because that is one of our requirements, an absolute requirement of us. And then ensuring that we're reporting out through the ad hoc system, which we did do.
And again, I appreciate the dialogue, because to me, there's, within what you're reporting, and there's discussion. So
Right.
please, thank you.
No,
for
absolutely.
explaining
And
that.
please ask away questions. If I can clarify anything, I will, or get back to it. So next up was year 3 of, which is this year that we were in. I do want to note that year 3, I think the federal side finally saw that it's difficult for the school districts that are awarded the grant. It's difficult for us to report out between school years. And so they moved us over to where we're reporting out from the beginning of the year to the end of the school year, and not of the fiscal year anymore. So I just want to clarify that they changed that piece on us, and it was actually helpful and beneficial for us, because we weren't crossing over years and trying to say, well, this year we did have that, and then that year we did not. So our successes for this year was all 5 school sites were fully
Excuse me.
staffed. Oh, go ahead.
And so then that's okay with our budget. So it fits in with our budget cycle? Is that what you're saying?
With which? So budget still runs through January to December. But when we report, we report from July to June,
July to June,
which is our fiscal year.
which is our fiscal year.
Yes.
So then it does get a little complicated, because for
It
budget
does.
purposes, correct?
Yes. It can get confusing unless you keep it solid in your head that I'm working in this budget in the federal fiscal year,
Mhm.
and understanding when I'm talking about year 3 we're already halfway through year 3. We're going to be going into year 4 when January hits. But when it comes to reporting, I'm reporting from July to
Our
June.
fiscal year.
Yes.
You're reporting our fiscal year.
Yes,
Okay. But the federal is running
yes,
through the January
correct.
to December.
Yeah.
Okay.
And those are things that I have to sit down and concentrate and say, here's what
Yes,
here's what it is. Thank you for the clarification, or asking for that. All sites provided after-school programming for students, and this was one of our biggest wins, was that Taos Middle School, which has been our hardest site to get after-school programming up and running, we were finally able to do that, and the grant was able to support that. All of our sites we had regular Friday meetings established for the coordinators, so I met with them on a regular basis, and then started meeting with them every other Friday as well. Each school site has a fully stocked room, and it was dedicated to community schools. That was one of our main focuses this year. When I sat down with the coordinators, I said, hey, look, this grant has goals in it. Right now, we're going to focus on the ones that we can hit and make sure we're getting to. And so greenhouses was one of those. Fully stocked community schools was the next one. And so they were able to hit that. They did amazing. And then our after-school programming was awesome from them as well. All school sites have functioning greenhouses, all collaborated with district programs. So because I wear my multiple hats and I was able to meet with my staff every Thursday, anything that came up from our community schools coordinators, I was able to tell my staff, hey, these things are going to tie in nicely with the grant. Let's put these two programs together. So that's a part of the district's match funding for the grant. So some of the things that we did was attendance, nursing staff. We provided some medical support to the nursing staff. So calling parents, getting them in, looking at getting students eyeglasses. Our vaccination was another one that they were looking at putting into place as well. Our special education program, restorative justice was another one, SEL programming. So we had an SEL night, parent night for all of our, or for two of our community sites, and then providing tutoring and academic supports to our students. We established a lending library for families with items that support out of school time. So bicycles, kitchen supplies, camping supplies. I know she's online right now. Miss Naomi Standard Martinez was phenomenal in getting that together, just really thinking of what our community needs and then putting together a library that they can go and check things out. So if our kids want to go camping, there's tents there for them. If they want to go bike riding, there's bikes and helmets. If they need to cook meals, there's crock pots, there's utensils for the kitchen. Anything that you need, she's stocked that kitchen with, or that closet with. Yes, board member.
I said Associate Superintendent, what about the summer? Is camping, the kids are in school, I mean, people do a long weekend, but is that available summer?
It's still available during the summer because we do have summer programming going on at the school sites this year as well. And Miss Martinez is, again, phenomenal that she's available to our staff and students as well. So if she hears of anybody, she can meet up with them and goes out and make sure that they have access to that, to those resources. And I do just want to say with that, the lending library did come from the Lower Foundation. So we received funds from them in order to purchase those items for the families.
Okay, so, and on that note, does that contribution serve
Yes.
as an in-kind?
That counts as one of our match funding.
Cash or in-kind?
It would be cash.
Cash.
Yes. So we have contracted and evaluated this year, who is collaborating with New Mexico PED as well. I'm very pleased to have her online, and she'll be speaking with you also, kind of giving you a summary of what she's going to be doing and helping us out. She does have experience with the Full Service Community Schools grant. She supports Las Cruces Public Schools with their Full Service Community Schools grant. And again, going back to that, she's going to be the evaluator for NMPED with their community schools as well. We completed our school surveys for parent needs at all 3 school sites, and actually all 5 school sites, but 3 of our full service. We collaborated with our SEL program to provide families with parent nights. Our coordinators attended, or 2 of them were able to attend the Spring National Conference. Taos High School Community Schools Coordinator was appointed, and I didn't put her title, and I know she's online, but I'll have her let you know. She was recognized by the national conference as well for all of the work that she's put in for the grant. So there's been a lot of successes for our full service community schools grant. And when you look at it, that we're a rural community and don't have as much access for these coordinators to be able to put all of this in place this year, I think really getting the grant up and running, they've done a phenomenal job. I can't say enough about them. Taos High School Community, oh, I already said that one. Enos Garcia secured funding from Town of Taos for after school programming. We were able to hire staff for summer food program. We brought the Boys and Girls Club to the district. We collaborated with partners to make usage of the facilities, which will be a part of match funding for the grant. So going back to the summer program, that's where we're looking at that match funding piece so that the district isn't always, taking on that. We're looking towards the future at sustainability. Challenges this year was, again, no district coordinator. The ad hoc reporting system was not in place from the initial evaluator. So what had happened with our initial evaluator was that after speaking with them and meeting with them, we came to find out that what they were thinking evaluation looked like was not matching what our federal grant officer was looking at it for the grant. So she helped me to secure our Las Cruces evaluator for the district, and we moved in that direction so that we're ensuring we're following the requirements of the grant. Our federal programs officers have changed due to federal government changes. So first we lost the manager, Ms. Jane Hodgins, who had been with us from the get-go of the grant. I think her last day was in January, and then we found out in April that our officer was going to go in a different direction as well. And so she resigned from her position, and we were given a new grant officer. However, we haven't been in contact with them. We have made several attempts to reach out and see where we are with the grant, try to resubmit some of the requests from the grant when we did our ad hoc reporting, but I'm going to say probably because this person is overseeing several grants that they're probably swamped and not getting back to us. I did reach out to Las Cruces and ask their district coordinator if they were able to get a hold of them, and they said they've kind of gotten the same response as well. They haven't been able to speak with them.
Mr. Flores, again, are you keeping track of your trying to reach out? Is it through email? Your
Yes.
document, all of this is documented?
So with our previous grant officer, Ms. Kara Patrick, I was able to do both. I was able to call her whenever I needed, and then I was also able to email her. With our current one, I want to say it's Richard Wilson, emailing him is the only way that we're able to get a hold of him. So all of the communication is through the emails. So we do have that documentation. Okay. We did receive the change of budget due to the federal reevaluation of funding availability due to the increase of awards to the new entities. And that was something that I had reported on, I want to say it was the March 8th meeting that I had reported out the full service community schools grant and shared the language there. I do have it again in the budget slide so that you can take a look at that again if there's any questions. Finding a new evaluator to support grant requirements in alignment with the evaluator responsibilities and duties. So Kara and I, or Ms. Patrick and I, spent quite a bit of time talking about what that should look like and then trying to reach out to get that in place, getting the contract in place, doing scope of work. So it took a little bit longer than what I would have hoped it to take, but we were able to get that in place. And she did come out in May to do evaluations at all 3 of our school sites. Her and I met last week or this week. I think it maybe this week. I don't know. My days are going blurry a little bit. To meet and get my perspective of it. She's going to have the report hopefully ready by the end of June of what her findings are for the grant. And really it's more to be that supportive piece on, here's where you are, here's where you need to go, here's some things that I've seen, here's some challenges that you guys might want to work on. Grant officer, like I said, availability for collaboration has been limited after the changes. So that's, I think one of my frustration pieces is that before I had somebody ready access that I could call, I could email any little question I had, I could pick up that phone and just meet with Ms. Patrick, but right now I don't have that ability. Due to the drawdown challenges from last year, it made the budget unclear for us. So really trying to get in there and see what the budget was, what our carryover was for the district, what we were awarded in all of our expenditures, how those were going together. That was the work that I was putting in for March and April. We finally had it pinned out by the month of May. So we're set with the budget. One of the issues that we have is that I get to see the document side of the grant, and finance is the one that sees the budget side of it. So I don't get to see what the drawdowns look like or what they've done with it. I have to wait for it to be given to me in order to see that.
Another thought, another question. So then, what you're saying also is that you're reconciling to the federal.
Correct.
Okay.
Mhm. And I will say that was one of the pieces that Ms. Patrick and I worked on was, getting the grant to where we were fully solid on the budget and making sure that we knew what our carryover was and what our award was.
Okay, and the other thought was being, excuse me, being that you had requested, there was a cash match, and not a cash match, but a drawdown of the 200, is it 200,000?
Yes.
Was that fully expended? And
Yes.
another grant, another drawdown, was that
So that
initiated?
it was fully expended. One of the other issues that we were having with it, with the grant, was also regularly drawing down with the grant. And so Ms. Patrick and I met with Ms. Fidalgo and ensured that it was going to be regularly drawn down from. And that's also where it came to really seeing what the budget looked like for us. Okay. Match funding, again, but this is something, our community partners are helping, but it's also a challenge because we are a rural school and we don't have the resources that urban schools have. In fact, our training on Tuesday, if that was acknowledged there as well, we're kind of an anomaly here where, we're looking at full service community schools, but really the community has limited resources as well. So they're providing for many, and we tend to tap in on those resources quite a bit. So it's a struggle, not only for us to say with that match funding, but I think it's also a struggle out in the community because there isn't as much programming as you would have in, say, Bernalillo or Las Cruces. I did want to touch on the national conference this year and the issue that happened. As you know, Dr. Layton and I were ready to go. We did ask for approval to leave the district. Unfortunately, what happened was that hotels were unavailable for the conference. I did call, and there's emails available if anybody would care to see them. I did talk to Ms. Patrick about it. Her comment was that they tend to under-reserve rooms and overbook. What had happened was that we started to look at rooms for the night, and they were reaching at $800 a night, which for the district, we need to receive approval first. So I went out, tried to get approval from our federal programs officer. She said, okay, follow your requirements of the school district, which at that time, we were directed by Ms. Fidalgo that we had to take it before the board. Unfortunately, the time between finding out what the approval process was going to be and that we were approved on the federal side to getting approved by the board didn't allow for us to have a board meeting to get approval for the hotel rooms. So we were unable to go. Our evaluator wasn't able to go, and that's why we were at the national conference. Again, I do want to caveat that the national conference wasn't the yes or no, you're in compliance of the grant. It's going back to the district coordinator, ensuring that we're spending the funds that we need to on what we're supposed to, and then making sure that we're reporting as we're supposed to. And I do have notes on there. So our grant requirements for the federal grant this year were, again, ad hoc reporting in the scorecard, our budget submission, and expenditure submission. So again, going back to the budget and the expenditure, that was a challenge for us putting that together because of the drawdown and then not having a full picture of what our carryover was and what the budget incoming was going to be with the expenditures that hadn't been drawn down on for that year.
I have another, um, in talking about the budget, and I'm not sure how it's set up here at the schools, because there is, that budget line should show you the cash, should show you the, whatever the cash is, actuals. And then you have your budget, but then you have the expenditures on another line
Mhm.
to where it's expending, and that goes against the cash. So you can have budget and then the balance is on each line, however it's determined. But the reporting that you should be getting from finance is something that it's a given.
Right.
And it should be required that you have that, so that at any point in time, you have that balance. You have that balance there. You know what kind of cash you have, so that you can make the expenditures or have to draw down
Mhm.
for those expenditures. So that might be something that needs to be looked at,
Mhm.
because it's critical. You can't really make expenditures, because then you're going to have to pay. So how are you going to pay? Because
Exactly.
it's going to have to hit the fund. You can't pay from any other fund because it's a special revenue fund.
Exactly.
So again, that lends itself to something that can be fixed over here on this end.
Exactly. And thank you for that, Secretary Truehill. And I do just want to recognize our finance director, Mayesas, because she did work to start pulling down our money in the drawdowns and ensuring that we knew what our actual balance was going to be. But you're correct. It did lead to us not knowing what our carryover was and having a true picture of it until all of those were run through on the federal side. I do want to say, me stepping back into the role as the district coordinator and program manager helped me to see where we needed to go with the grant and help direct our next district coordinator so that they're fully aware of what they need to do. I'm going to give grace to Ms. Santisteban because she jumped in there feet first, and it was like everything was on fire. Here's this new reporting piece that you need to do. Here's the new budget that you need. Here's the new way we need to report expenditures. So everything was brand new that year that she was trying to learn and was doing it on her own, unfortunately. So I give her so much grace for doing that and getting things submitted when she was doing that. But, definitely me stepping back into the role helped me to see, okay, here's where we need to reset with the grant. Here's the goals that we need to relook at. And then ensuring that with the budget that we are drawing down like we should be every month.
Because the budget not only reflects your plan, but it also reflects your actuals.
Exactly.
So that is what you reconcile to. And so you know how much is anticipated, but how much you're drawing down at any given time. And that
Right.
should be at, like I said, any point in time for you all. And that's really critical.
Absolutely. Were there any questions on year 3?
I have a couple questions. You have identified school surveys. I just have a question as to what kind of questions that were posed with the surveys and what was the proposed outcome out of that, and how did we take what we got out of that survey and implement it?
So that's a very good question. Thank you for asking that, Board President Flores. Each school site had a different set of questions. I wouldn't be able to go in and remember off of the top of my head what exactly they were, but it is to look at the needs of each of the school sites. One of the responsibilities of our evaluator is actually to take a look at those surveys that we gave to parents and take that and put it all together in a report for us so that we can plan for the following year of what services are needed for the students and the school sites and the families. So our SOAR evaluator, that's their area of expertise. When I first met with her, Ms. Rachel Boren, on the evaluation and asked her, well, here's all of these reports, and do we have to give you the end of the data? And, how are you going to do this? And she said, nope, you give us the surveys. We put it together. She has a team of interns under her, student interns that work on it, process all of it, and then give us back the report so that we have it summarized for ourselves, which is what we would expect an evaluator of this grant to do. And that's how they help support the grant and ensure that it's moving forward through its goals. Any other questions?
Yes, in regards to the evaluator challenges, I may be mistaken on this, but at some time, I believe last fall or right around that time frame, we approved, and I believe Miss Anita Bringas, were they to evaluate this grant or it was another grant?
So it was David Trujillo and Associates was the evaluator that we had initially gone with. We did have an initial evaluation from them. However, when we got the feedback from them and it was taken to our federal grant officer and we were discussing through what the feedback was, it wasn't exactly what the grant requires of an evaluator. So again, going to the piece of taking our surveys and processing those and helping us come to a determination of what the grant data looks like and how we can move programming forward, we weren't getting that information back. Also, the SOAR group will help us with our ad hoc reporting. Well, now I don't know what our reporting is going to look like because the federal side took away the scorecard that we all got used to and we're able to put it in, and we don't know what our new reporting system is going to look like, but they can help support us with that. And so that was really a concern of the district, that those components of the evaluation weren't being looked at and weren't going to be provided to us as the district, and it was what was required and needed from the grant.
We're no longer, are we still engaged with Trujillo and Associates?
No, we are no longer engaged with them.
Another question I have in regards to the district coordinator position, being that it's been posted 3 times and it seems like it's been a challenge to find the right individual for that. One of the questions I have in regards to that is, I guess, where is it being posted and listed, and how are we advertising that position within the district to get somebody to apply?
So we're going through our system, our HR system. It does post locally, and then it also posts through, I want to say nationally as well, and throughout the state. I did have with our federal grant officer, she put out the job description for us and put it out to other coordinators nationally as well to see if we could find somebody. She didn't get a bite. When we went through our second cycle, we thought we had a really good candidate. Unfortunately, she worked with the federal government before, and when she found out this was a federal grant, it seemed to not be the best fit for her, just because of the uncertainty of times. We had our third round of interviews, and I'm really hopeful about this one. So
we have conducted interviews currently,
Correct.
and we have some
Yes.
possible candidates.
yes.
Okay, that's good.
Not to get too far deep into it, we will be submitting the recommendations to Dr. Layton on Monday.
Okay, and then the grant officer availability with the collaboration, how has the district been creative, or how have we navigated through that challenge?
So this is where having an evaluator who can be a thought partner as well has been helpful. So I've reached out to them. Also, knowing what's going on in Las Cruces and Bernalillo has been helpful at this point right now as well. We haven't been without her for the officer for too long. My hope is that they move forward and we do have more regular communication from our federal grant officer.
With the communication piece, do we reach out regularly? Do we kind of anticipate or wait for them to reach back? Are we being pesky?
I try to reach out regularly. I did respond as we'll go through the general feedback. I did respond after this. That's kind of, I'm going to say towards the end of April was when our new officer took over. And again, I'm going to go back to that because of the reduction of staff up at the federal level. I'm going to say that he's probably trying to get to all of the grants and just hasn't gotten to ours. So it's been a month and a half-ish. We're continuing to reach out to ask questions and say, hey, we need support with this. Unfortunately, I only have that email, no numbers to get a hold of anybody, but it's going to be a continual until we do get a hold of somebody.
And then just with the kind of challenges that the district faced in attending the national conference, that's probably an annual conference. So we, moving forward, hopefully learned and maybe not learned from any fault of ours, but try to get to the conference this year. I'm anticipating that we're working towards that. And then the other thing is, I know there's been times where the district has come to the board and asked for forgiveness after the fact. So I don't want us to violate policy or, but this is I guess would be one of those instances where you just ask for forgiveness afterwards. If there's not a board meeting, go to the conference. It's necessary. Reach out to myself or whoever sits in the board president's seat. And, I'm sure that they'll find forgiveness.
Duly noted. We will go back to this board meeting and say, remember when you said? We will be attending the conference. But I do want to say, we have attended 3 of the national conferences. We've missed 2 of the Washington, D.C. conferences. So it's not that we're not going, there's 2 of them that we've missed.
Thinking that's all I have.
Any other questions on those?
President Flores, if I may, just going back to his question on the surveys, being that we're no longer associated with David Trujillo and his associates, do we not have any data reports on those surveys or from those surveys?
So this week, what was sent out to our community schools coordinator was a link from our evaluator. And so I asked our coordinators to submit their data up into and share it with our evaluator now so that they can start putting together a report. And that will be presented to the board. Our evaluator will be presenting to the board
Once everybody uploads their.
once she has everything compiled together. Correct. So I'm anticipating July will be when hopefully we'll be able to report out what this year looks like for the grant.
Thank you. And then my other question was just about how many conferences we had missed. So we missed 2 and attended 3.
Correct.
Thank you.
Mhm.
I just have another follow-up question. If you could just summarize for the board and for myself, the ad hoc reporting, what does that kind of consist of to some extent?
So the ad hoc, and unfortunately I can't get in and show you because they took the whole site down. What the ad hoc reporting consisted of was for each school site, we had to enter in a specific data point to where our students were. So we had a report on graduation rates, but it wasn't just general graduation rates. We had to go in by individual, like how many of our Native American students had graduated, how many of our Hispanic, our EL, our Caucasian that were not Hispanic. And then we would also need to report on like our administrators, what were their ethnicities? We would have to go in who was certified, how many years they stayed in, how many teachers we retained at each school site, and then it would break it down by ethnicity as well. So it was quite an extensive report. It took quite a bit of time for us to complete it, but for each school site, we had to report on those types of things, attendance, family engagement. I can't remember off the top of my head what some of the others were.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Any other questions?
Are you finished? Or is this the end, or I was gonna wait till the end to ask my questions. Are you?
No.
Is this it? Is this it?
No,
No, you got more?
this is a full report.
You got more?
I got more for you.
Okay, let's go. Let's hear it.
Let's go. Okay, so I did provide you with the general feedback from our grant report, which was provided by our federal grant officer in April. Again, this was the last time that I heard from her. We responded back, but haven't received any input back from them. And then again, we moved away from the ad hoc reporting and have no clue right now at this time what our reporting system is going to be. Oh, go ahead.
So, because ad hoc is no longer up, you said we weren't able to download any reports or anything.
So we have all of that information within our district because it was all reported from us. So it's in other systems, like we pulled from attendance, we pulled from graduation rates, from HR as well.
Thank you.
You're welcome. What they did find as positive, that she found most noteworthy was a variety of partnerships in providing services and activities to meet the needs related to health and mental health, safety, and academic achievement. Again, this is going back to what our community school partners have been provided or out in the community, and then also working within the district with, like our nursing staff or special education or our restorative justice program. Those were all beneficial that we were able to pull them in for it. All school sites were fully staffed with the coordinator. The coordinators collaborated on a consistent basis. Every Tuesday, our coordinators were meeting with each other and planning out what they were going to put together or what was needed for their school sites. Enos Garcia Elementary School worked with community foundations to ensure that summer programming was available to students. When we reported, it was with the Boys and Girls Club, which we're still working on getting them in place. There's been some hiccups with getting certified through ECECD, and we're working through those challenges. Middle school, working to establish after-school programming. Again, I can't say enough about the middle school and getting an after-school program up and running, which that has been a challenge for years. And to see that it wasn't just one program and it wasn't just our athletic, it was actually a STEM program. They had a book club, and I want to say it was also a gardening club that they had in place. And then Taos High School beginning an after-school lending library with cooking items and classes to help in teaching families how to cook healthy meals on a budget and utilizing items from the school site greenhouse garden. And again, hats off to Miss Naomi because she's phenomenal on getting programs up and running and making sure she's thinking through everything that a family could possibly need and students what their needs are as well. So she's phenomenal at the high school. And then adding 2 new schools to the grant program. So looking at Ranchos and Arroyos being added to the grant. Adjustments that were requested by our federal grant officer was the expenditure report to resubmit that, the revised year 3 budget, and then make sure that we are regularly drawing down from the funds, which was something that Ms. Patrick and I had talked to previously with finance, and Ms. Maestas was working with Ms. Fidalgo and ensuring that was happening. Next slide. So the review of the scorecard data, some of the comments that we received back was our reporting seemed to repeat from the previous year. And this is where we got into that situation of the first report was a carryover and we didn't have all community schools coordinators in place. And so when we finally did, we were kind of reporting on some of the same things because they were starting to implement what had been reported on at one of our school sites into the other school sites. So it was sounding like a repeat, but it's also, we had to do it at the other school sites in order to meet grant requirements. So we couldn't just, leave that out and say we didn't implement greenhouses at the mid-school. We had to let them know this year we implemented greenhouses at the mid-school and at some of our other school sites, so Ranchos and Arroyos already had theirs, but Rancho Send the mid-school. Our executive summary seemed like it was a preliminary addressing year 2 activities. Again, going back to it was because we didn't have anybody in place to report or to implement those goals of the grant in year 2. So we had to do it in year 3 to make sure that it was happening. Some of our school sites, because our community schools coordinators were helping me with completing the ad hoc report, missed on the narrative. So that was one of the issues with the ad hoc reporting, is that you got in, you submitted your data points, but there was another section. If you didn't find it, you would miss where the narrative was supposed to go. So we were needing to provide that narrative. Locally developed indicator 6 should be where your annual non-federal funds at or above or below the in-kind match, including the federal full-service community schools grant. So we needed to have a clear picture of what that looked like for ourselves. LDIs 10 through 14 had no data. One of the issues that we were having with the ad hoc reporting was when we would go in to enter in data, some of the sections would not enter the data in, or the data would be entered in the top, but it wouldn't funnel down to the bottom to add up what the scoring was for us. Most LDI narratives weren't updated and still have older narrative, again, going back to we were putting in, again, what we were doing because we hadn't fully implemented it. And was the school climate survey of the students, families, and parents completed for each school? That was a question, and yes, they were completed for each school. District was notified on April 28th on 2025 that scorecard would no longer be used. And then we needed to save any information that was uploaded. We had all of that information already in our systems. We are currently waiting for updates on new reporting systems. So as of right now, I don't know what the new system is going to be.
Ms. Mondragon, I have a question, and also for the superintendent. So on that last slide and how you explained it, it seemed as though that we did not fulfill all the requirements of some of the reporting and providing all the information and gathering that information, I guess, and getting it back out. And I know there's a lot that goes into that. You and your role, you have a lot of responsibilities. We've struggled fulfilling the coordinator position. Is there funding available through the grant or within the district budget that we can hire maybe, and I don't know how to word this, but like a lower level district support coordinator that would fall underneath the district coordinator to maybe assist with that, to visit the different school sites? I don't know what your thoughts would be on that. Is that something?
So President Flores, that is actually something that we did. I did look in with our federal programs grant officer, Ms. Patrick, and had started to discuss about us hiring for that position. And my hope was that we would be able to have that in place. Her concern was budgeting and us not having a clear picture where we were with the with our carryover. That became a concern for her. Her other comment on that was, this is where this conversation started with why your evaluator isn't helping support you with implementing or providing that data for the scorecard and helping you with it. So that's where that all began, and we started to reevaluate what our evaluator looked like, that position, and looking at the budget and what we actually had in place. Because we did have that reduction in the grant of that 200,000, it made it not cost effective for us to have somebody in that place and pay for it through there. The assessment or the ad hoc reporting is a big piece. You do need to go through quite an extensive training on how to do that. I did ask our coordinators to put on that hat as well, and I'll take responsibility for that because I put it on them also to fill out the information so that we could get it in, because it was such a big report for the school district. it would be helpful to have somebody there that's working on that piece and pull that away from the district coordinator and also from our community schools coordinators, whoever sits in that role. It would be very helpful.
Superintendent, is there any possibility that we could look at that, a position or, hiring somebody within administration that could maybe have multiple duties, but one of them would be to work with all of our various school sites in this type of, I just see that there's like some gaps that I know we're working hard to try to meet the, mesh them together, but, I would just hate for this to kind of continue on, year after year. And I know, we juggle a lot of things with the resources we have, and no fault to anybody, but, it would seem wise to try to find another body to help us get better.
President Flores, Vice President Spray, members of the board, that's something we can look at now that the budget has been passed. There was some allocations for particular FTEs. But I think once we find out whether this new director is going to come on board, I think that'll be telling whether we move forward with the director or whether we're going to need to look at other avenues through our budget to best support. But I think we should find out in the next few days whether we're able to bring this director who can put everything together.
And just with that, yeah, that's the FTE is the right terminology on that. What I kind of look at too is we had this position posted 3 times, and not to say that we hopefully don't lose this next person, but I feel the district needs some redundancy in there. To lose 2 people at the same time is not something that commonly happens, and we would be able to bridge the gap with just an understudy, a support coordinator of sorts. I think I'd really encourage us to look. And I like that word, support coordinator.
I like that idea as well, and I could already have in mind who I would like to do that. But that would be helpful, President Flores, because that is, my role is to step in, and I do have to step in that with my admin license and my degrees behind it. There are requirements to be the district coordinator, but to have, like you said, an understudy, I think is the best route and a really good idea for us to take.
And that's perhaps we can look at even outside resources, the in-kind and matching to help out with the way the funding goes. So that's many avenues that we can look at.
Yes.
President Flores, I think we can title that a grant administrator. Because it would not.
Grant administrator?
We do have our grant
Coordinator.
Yes.
But again, what does the grant coordinator do in how would it be different? Why can't that person fit in if it's a grant coordinator versus a grant administrator?
So why can't they step into the role that I'm in currently?
That's what you need.
They could, but it would be that they're taking on, I think they're taking on quite a bit and would have to step into something that they potentially don't know the full range of what it is expected. Having somebody who's an understudy and maybe not at that admin level, but could fill in and, help out with the reporting or help out with ensuring that all components of it are done. I could see somebody being in that role for the district.
I think what it is community schools in itself is a big animal, and the grant coordinator facilitates all the grants within the district. So
That's what I'm saying.
and just that community schools is such a big responsibility.
part of
It
it.
kind of needs its own little.
And if I may, Secretary Trujillo, one of my other concerns would be is, again, I want to say at no point have we ever received information that we're in non-compliance from this grant. Not even with them looking at the reporting piece or where we are with the evaluator. It's always been that it is a concern, but not that we're not in compliance. I would have received a notification from our officer from the federal grant regarding this, and I've never received that information. So my concern would be is if we put somebody in who didn't know the grant and know the reporting pieces and the requirements of it, if they didn't know that, then there could be the potential that we're falling into the non-compliance component of it. If we do hire this new district coordinator, they will be supervised by me. They're going to be under my wing for this entire year, making sure that they're doing what they need to do. And again, like I said, me being in this role again this year has helped me see where we need to go and what's required, and then move the grant further along than what it had been the previous year.
Okay, that's good.
That was my question as well, if we were meeting the requirements for reporting. And so if I'm hearing correctly, the missing data or whatnot is mostly an issue of ad hoc, not because we don't have the data?
Yes. And so when we received this, what would have happened would have been that we would get back into the ad hoc reporting and update it and make sure that we were filling out everything that we needed. However, shortly after what I received, we received the notification that they were doing away with ad hoc reporting. And so that was one of my questions to the new grant officer was, what should we do with this information now? How do you want us to update so that we make sure we address the challenges or the concerns that they had when they reviewed the ad hoc reporting? Okay, so overall highlights and challenges of grants. Highlight is that the district was asked to present on the successful partnership and collaboration between the Taos Municipal Schools and Taos Pueblo. This was a national reporting. I think it put us on the map. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to attend at that time, but just to be recognized by the national community schools on what we're doing here in our rural community, I think is, what we hope to have for the district. And then Taos High School coordinator was elected as the coordinator's co-chair, which that's what she was. I knew I had put it in after. Challenges is helping outside entities understand the need for matching funding, finding additional resources for community schools to ensure sustainability of implementing the grant. When we really look at this, we're in year 4. That's how I see this. And we need to start looking towards sustainability of this grant. The money's going to go away. We can't sit on our chairs and say, oh, we got a year and a half left of this grant. This is now when we need to start planning. What other funds can we bring in to ensure that we have community schools in all of our school sites, like the community has requested and like we want as the school district? Ensuring that programs are sustainable beyond the grant, and then ensuring that parents start to feel empowered to be part of the school system and participate more fully in their child's education. Meeting with our, going to the national conference, and then for myself when I did attend, and then also meeting with our state community schools grant managers, talking to them really has solidified where we need to go this next year, which is looking at family engagement and not just having a parent night that they came in and, they saw whatever the kids had on the wall, or not just providing them with the resources, which we've done an excellent job. I have to say our community partners and our coordinators have done an excellent job of making sure that we have resources available, the food pantry, the St. James Church has brought in food as well for our families, having the community schools rooms and having somebody man those. At Enos, I just want to recognize Miss Eleanor Romero, that's her baby over there. And she makes sure that that's taken care of and well-stocked, and a beautiful space, if you haven't visited, for our families. So we're doing an excellent job of providing those wraparound resources. What we need to focus on next is what we had said in the grant, which everything was supposed to support, is looking at student successes and student outcomes. And one of those ways through community schools, when you look at what our goals are, or the goals of community schools, is empowering our parents to become leaders within the schools so that they're wanting to start to make those decisions. We have our leadership groups at each of our sites, but we want to make sure that some of our at-risk populations, those parents feel like they have a voice as well. And it's, something that Miss Bettina and I had talked about previously, who was the education director for Taos Pueblo, was, she had let me know that families or parents at our Taos Pueblo didn't feel comfortable going into the schools because of their experience. So they didn't feel like they had a voice. And how can we start helping them have that voice and know that they're welcome there? They can help make decisions at the school sites, and that they're open there for them. So that's something that we're going to start focusing on this next year, not just the wraparound, because I think our coordinators have done an excellent job of where we can see this being sustainable, but now looking at this next step of family engagement and how our parents come in and support their students so that we have students graduating and being successful in school.
If I can, President Flores. So going back to the presentation that you were unable to attend, so was it ever presented? Was there a presentation ever made, or?
Unfortunately not, because I was the one
Right.
who was asked, and actually it was Miss Sandoval who had requested that I attend, and I think she was going to be one of the partners, but
Can we, will there be an opportunity for us to get that presentation?
I hope that for the school board.
Yeah.
I had never put one together because it was right in the middle of the throes of us transitioning with the superintendent. So when I got asked and we were told that we were going to, they wanted us to present, I had to say no immediately and say, we're in the middle of looking for a new superintendent,
right.
me stepping
Yeah.
into that role.
I just think it would be a little important now that we don't have Bettina in that position anymore, and kind of maybe like what that collaboration looks like and who will be the point person between the district and Taos Pueblo.
Absolutely. That's a really good suggestion that we'll
Thank
take. And I know Miss Crystal Barney and I have, she's in her interim role, but that would be
Right.
if she ever steps out of that interim role, which I know she has several hats that she's wearing. So
Right.
if she does, then definitely to work with somebody, because we do want to maintain that relationship. And I know it's been recognized not only, through the National Community Schools Conference, but we also get recognized through the state on our partnership and what we've been able to accomplish for our students. Okay, year 3. We're almost done. Year 3 is budget. Our major goals are to move coordinators out of the grant, because we did find out at the end of May that we were awarded our state grant, and we received 40,000 for each school site for Arroyos and Ranchos. We were able to move funding out of the full service community schools grant, so that's going to be a part of our match funding. So when I say we're kind of in year 3 and 4, our coordinators aren't going to really be counted as part of the funding for the full service, just because we receive that state funding. We're going to increase our required match funding for the district, adjust expenditures to move forward with sustainability when the grant ends. So, restocking, we need to think about how we're going to restock the community schools rooms. That's one of the concerns that I have. We've used the grant to fill them. Enos, we've been using it to restock when needed. But then moving forward outside of the grant, where are we going to find those funds to make sure that we still have clothing available, shoes available for our students? Food, I'm not so concerned with, because we have the food pantry and St. James that we've partnered with. Ensure that usage of all district funding to support match funding of grant on the district side is being utilized.
Excuse me, I have a question
Yes, ma'am.
on that, bringing like the clothing and the other supplies that are needed is, how can we, have you reached out to the community? Because I know that there are people out there, there are different, not agencies, but committees that people have that would be so willing to give if they knew of what is required, you know, maybe a list or something, and just put it out there and say, you know, you have these items that, and what is the requirement, brand new, you know, or let's say shoes at the beginning of the school, or, you know, usually we have a uniform, you know, the clothing that is required. Is there anyone that is willing to donate? I think that would be a good way to get the community involved. I mean, people involved, to know that they're making a contribution to the kids of the school. And because it's really hard for the parents at the beginning of the school year, excuse me, to be able to get all the kids dressed for school.
Right.
And they're required a uniform. And so it's a challenge. And and getting them the shoes, I mean, the whole thing. And that would be good to know that there's clothing available if it isn't sufficient. Or if maybe they're lacking in that one area or something. But I think that there are people out there. I'm thinking of just one right off the bat that I know that they'd be willing to just give and give.
Well, thank you for that, Secretary Truhill. And I am going to acknowledge that our, you know, Enos Garcia Elementary and the high school do go out and have sought out resources. I know this year we had from Coats for Kids, if it hadn't been for our coordinator, Miss Martha Romero, going and driving to Channel 7 station and pounding on their door, literally pounding on their door to get the person who donates the coats to ensure that they donated the coats. We wouldn't have had coats for our students this year. You know, it's our coordinators who have been really working with the community and putting that word out. But I do agree with you that, you know, we do need to do more of it. We did have federal funding available where we could support those community school rooms, but now it's time for us to go out and ask for more. One of the additional things that our district coordinator who comes on board is going to be required to do is do reporting out to the community and make sure that our partners are aware of programming that we've implemented and additional funds or resources that are needed so that we can look at that match funding and have a clear picture of what that looks like for the district.
Okay, because I have another thought, and that is, this is a year and a half that we have this funding for. And you talk about sustaining. And are we gonna be able to sustain it with our own funding? Are we gonna be able to sustain it as a community and get the involvement so that it can be sustained? That it is a project of our community, not just the schools, not just the grant itself, but we just need to embrace it as something that is ours to, we've engaged it, we've embraced it. It just has to flourish.
Right.
And that's for our school, for our children. And to me, that's our biggest asset, is our children.
Absolutely.
And that they come to school and they have what is needed. They can look at themselves and say they fit in because they're not lacking anything. And then they have all the supplies that they need. Our teachers shouldn't be having to provide anything for the children for the classroom. And then the parents should be asked to fill out of this whole list that they cannot afford to be able to bring to the school. That is not, to me, doesn't fit with my picture of what school is all about.
Right. And those are barriers that, you know, we do look as the community schools on how we can take that away from our students so that it's something, one less thing that they have to worry about, and we can have more focus on their academics so that they are successful when they're adults and graduating from our high school. We're also looking at securing grants to support the programming because again, having our community schools coordinators is top priority for the district and ensuring that we have funding available for them when the grant runs out and if we don't have funds to sustain it through the district. Again, we look at everything, every one of our funds and look at how we can move monies around and move staff around and which fund can support which staff member. We know our grants and our entitlements pretty well, so we can do that, but just ensuring that we're not coming out short and, you know, having to do something like maybe cutting a position just because we don't have enough funding through the district, but looking for those additional grants for the community schools. Create more opportunities for parents and families to participate in school academics. So that's what we're looking at our budget focusing on this year. Again, like I said, bringing parents in maybe through professional development training, just so that they understand how they can support their students in the school setting. I think we've done an excellent job with that through Indianet, and we have parents who feel empowered to say when things aren't working out for their child, like in a special education meeting, and we have the supports there, but looking how we can support through this budget our parents in that way in the other categories as well. And then retention of all staff to expend all funds. So that's why we've had a large amount of carryover, is because we haven't had it those positions fully funded. And as all of you know what a position looks like, it's not just the salary that we have, but it's all the benefits that go with it on that side. So it tends to be a large amount. And then looking at the district coordinator, that was a pretty high position and pretty high paid position as well that we had funded and budgeted for, including their benefits. And so, you know, we weren't spending it there, but you were spending it through the district side on me filling in for that position. And then our evaluator, we're here, and I hope she's still on, thank goodness. To go over the evaluator, we had an initial proposed evaluator from Bernalillo. I had made the original contact with her. Our federal grants officer had connected us together. Unfortunately, that partnership didn't work out, and I'm not sure exactly how it fell through. And I want to say it was because their availability and then working on their overseeing Bernalillo as well, I think they might not have had the capacity to do that. David Trujillo and Associates were this year, but looking at what we needed for an evaluator, that's why we went into a different direction. And I misspelled her name. I'm so sorry, Rachel. Rachel Boren is our new evaluator, and she's through the SOAR group, and they're out of Las Cruces. They're with New Mexico State University. They help evaluate several grants, both federal and state. They are the evaluator of Las Cruces Public Schools. We're looking for the Sustainability for State and Community Schools grant, and then supporting and writing reports and surveying and analyzing the data from those surveys. So I will actually turn it over to Ms. Boren so she can kind of give you a little bit of an overview.
Okay. Hi, everyone. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, you
Yes.
can.
Okay. So hi, I'm Rachel. Don't worry about misspelling my name. I'm Rachel Boren, and I'm the director of the SOAR Evaluation and Policy Center at New Mexico State University. And yes, so we serve as evaluators for grants for people at NMSU. We work with people all over the state, and even outside of New Mexico as well. And I have staff and I have graduate students who help with all of the work that we do. And so I just wanted to talk a little, I've got notes I'm going to read through about kind of what I do, especially with LCPS for this grant. I've been an evaluator for over a decade. I've done evaluation work in higher education, K-12, health, lots of areas, most recently up in Seattle at a National Institutes of Health funded institute. And I've been at NMSU for about 8 years now. And for Las Cruces Public Schools, just to give some insight about my role, and since LCPS has the same full service community schools grant that TAUS has, just to talk a little about what we do, even though exact goals are a little different, the core evaluation work is the same. And so in general, as an evaluator, I work with grant leads to see if they're achieving their goals, helping them measure success, however they define that. And then depending on their outcomes, like maybe they're focused on reducing chronic absenteeism. We see that a lot, increasing math proficiency, connecting an elementary to a middle school to form a pipeline and a feeder kind of pattern, whatever it is. And we write reports for grant teams as well that summarize all of these data. And then we offer recommendations to consider based on our external objective take on all this data that we've gathered. And I'll be looking at, yes, anything that Renetta mentioned earlier that the district or that the coordinators are going to upload into the shared folder I created. I mentioned I did a site visit last month that was really great. And I spoke with some coordinators and principals too. And so just with LCPS specifically, they have a district coordinator to check in about how they're measuring their outcomes and progress. I actually meet with him monthly. And we also speak with those who are involved with the grant each year. And now we're also doing the same schedule of reporting for LCPS. So we finished all of our interviews. I've got lots of data to look at. And we integrate their feedback too when we speak with people into our report. And so that's been the principals, the coordinators at the schools who are part of the grant, because it's helpful for them to give us feedback about what's going well, what do they need help with, things like that. And then we also review activity logs and other data that are relevant for the grant to get a sense of the 6 key practices that are part of the community schools model and the grant, like maybe attendance at different parent engagement events. And we integrate that into our report too. And then a couple more points. One of my favorite parts of what we do was mentioned earlier with LCPS, which is surveys. I love surveys. And as a key part of community schools is gathering that stakeholder feedback, like from students, parents, staff, and using it to inform decision-making. And so we do, as mentioned earlier, briefly, we advise on survey questions, and then we take all of that data for the schools and we make nice little reports for them that very clearly convey the results. We offer recommendations there too, so that it's easy for them to take, use, talk with the site-based leadership team, talk with the principal about it. And so that's what we do with LCPS in a nutshell. But the core of it, which is working with partners to track outcomes, review how the grant is going, applies to pretty much every project that we're on. And we are aiming for TAUS for the end of June. If I have questions or need to follow up on any of the data before I stamp it as final, maybe a teeny bit after that, but believe me, nobody wants to drag this out. So, but I'm happy to take questions or anything, but we're very excited to work with your district.
Thank you, Ms. Boren. We really appreciate your time tonight. Does the board have any questions for Mrs. Boren? Secretary Trujillo.
Just one. Just actually more of a comment. I think by having an evaluator, it just makes the work that is done over here on the school site, as Ms. Mondragon has stated, that you put it all together. They provide the data. All of that is given back to them so that they have that information to understand how the perspective that you all have on your end. And it lends itself to the program to see where they're at with their program and their own reporting on this end. So it's a collaboration of both. I can see like a thread that is both from here to there and back. So I appreciate that. Thank you so much.
You're very welcome. And I'll mention, I don't hide this, but I am but you do not have to call me Dr. Boren, but I do have a PhD I went to grad school at UVA back east. I'm an East Coast girl. But please don't feel like, you can even call me Rachel if you want. But just for a little more about my credentials, my PhD is in education, research, and evaluation. But please, Miss Boren or Rachel is totally fine.
Thank you so much, Rachel. And I just want to say working with her has been phenomenal, and understanding of what we need to do with the grant and working with an evaluator and how they can really support us, because
That's right.
it is a daunting task, like you said, to think that you have to take all of this information and process it and come up with some results and some reporting out for, coordinators who are working full-time, getting program up and running and trying to sustain it, and then moving on to the next programming to implement, to think that they could do all of that. I think it's an unrealistic expectation. And then even for a district coordinator, for them, they would be spending all of their time doing that and not going out to the school sites and making sure that the community schools were being managed the way that they needed to, and then working with our community partners as well.
Board Member King.
It's nice to know that you have the credentials. That means we're in good hands, and I like your haircut.
Thank you. It's so easy.
Dr. Bourne, I just want to thank you for your enthusiasm and hearing you speak and, a little bit about yourself and the services that you've been providing. I really believe that the district is in good hands, and we hoping to, keep you with us for as long as we can. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate that. You're welcome. No, we're very excited.
Yes, when we heard she has undergrad students that could do all the work, I was all sold. We're gonna go with that one.
Got a little army with her.
Right, she has
Yeah.
an army, and I'm glad she does, because we need it.
I do.
Year 4 goals, thank you, Rachel.
You're welcome.
Final slide. So last slide, year 4 goals, and I've kind of gone over them, is increase our community match funding, which is to go towards that sustainability piece as well. Build systems of sustainability, post full service community schools grant, employee retention, which means staff support. For us, I think meeting with them, our staff regularly, finding out what their needs were. We had successes and barriers that we would talk about and discuss, and where the district can help provide those supports for our coordinators is really important for us. Retaining staff, increase family engagement in academics. As I've said, the overall goal of the grant is to have success of students. And so through that, we're looking at families and how they're feeling empowered in the school sites. And then Taos High School after-school programming established by community schools. So again, Miss Naomi Sander Martinez has put in a ton of programming over there. We're looking at some additional through the specifically community schools, and I know she has some ideas on looking at some classes for our students and integrating it into the high school as well, into their curriculum. And with that, I stand for questions on the full report.
My turn.
Ms. Spray.
Thank you. Hi, Renetta, thank you for the bazillionth time I've been bothering you about this. I'm gonna ask you some questions because overall, I heard everything that you said, and I have some questions about what you said. But my concern has always been that well, first of all, let me say, I think community schools, I think that they're a great program, and I think it's perfect for Taos, and I think we should all be working really hard. I think they do things for the kids that we don't do.
Mhm.
And we've talked about that a lot of times, you and I. So tonight, it definitely seems like to you and to other people, community schools is a top priority, but I honestly haven't felt that very much before tonight. Not so much, my spidey sense is that it's not been a huge priority sometimes, but partially because we don't have a coordinator for like a year. And you talked about the thing about the issues with retaining staff. That concerns me. You thought it was living in Towson, the cost of living. I actually think part of it is training. That's my guess. And do you feel like everyone that we have working for community schools is fully trained at this time?
As far as fully trained, I wouldn't say that they're fully trained. There's always additional training that our staff can go through. So, that I wouldn't even say for myself that I'm fully trained in community schools.
Okay, because I think that that's a big part of why people often are not happy in their jobs is they don't feel like they get enough feedback or
Mhm.
training or whatever. That's just my guess. I'm not in the schools asking that. I just
Mhm.
have an overall feeling about that, based on kind of the way that I think that the district has viewed community schools. I think it's been hard to integrate community schools with this district. That's what I think. That's what I've sensed. Partially because like, we have got to get a district coordinator. We have got to. Like, there has to be some way that we get one because that's too big of a hole to not have covered. Do you get paid, do you have an augment to your regular salary for being the coordinator? the
I
district
do
coordinator?
not.
You
That's,
do not.
it's
That's
part
what
of
I
my,
asked you before and you said no. So
right.
there's extra money then that's not being spent on that position.
Correct. That's where I said that the carryover was coming from, was from the district coordinator salary.
Okay, so that unspent money, I know family navigation has been a big issue. People have said there isn't enough of that. Why haven't you applied some of that unspent money to more family navigation?
Because if you look at the budget for community schools and what we had initially submitted to the federal grant, family navigation is a part of that match funding. So we can't
I see.
fund everything for family navigation because we have that section listed out as match funding. What we have done is we do have some family navigation services that are provided through the grant and also through the state grant as well.
Mhm.
So it's being funded through both, but we can't do the full amount of family navigation through the grant. And I think that's been, one of the concerns or the ask was, why can't you fund all of it through there? And again, it's going back to that match funding piece.
Mhm.
That initial budget that we submitted to the federal, for the federal grant application was looking at what our match funding was going to be.
Mhm. All right, I'm gonna just fly through these questions so we
Okay.
aren't here till, we're already gonna be here all night in the executive session. Who attended you said someone attended the spring 2024 conference. Who was that?
The spring 2024 conference, let me see, we're in 2025. It was, I want to say, Miss Emmy D. Herrera.
Did Victoria go?
Miss
Because she was still
Naomi
working.
did.
Victoria was still working then in that position. Did she go?
I'm not sure if she did go to that
No.
conference.
Okay. All right. So when you talked about having trouble communicating regarding compliance and this new guy, Richard Wilson, is that his name?
Regarding compliance or regarding just communication with our federal grants officer?
Well, there's that,
Yes,
because that person would tell you about compliance, correct?
correct.
Okay. So it seems like there's a problem there with that communication and we need maybe work really hard to get rid of that problem because that's a really important piece that you are in good communication with that person.
Absolutely, it is a really important piece. And again, going back to me communicating with Las Cruces Public Schools and how they've gotten a hold of them, they're in the same boat that we are. He's not sure how to get a hold of them. Again, we only have an email that's available to us and not a phone number like we had previously.
Do you
But
know-
it is a top priority for us to remain in communication with our federal grants officer.
Do you know to whom he reports? Richard Wilson?
I do not.
Okay, because
Again,
that's
because.
a big hole. That's a bad.
Correct, and that's at the federal level. Again, when Ms. Jean Hodgins was no longer in the position of being the federal grants manager for full service, they did not list somebody who was going to fill her position. So then we were in works with our federal grants officer, who is Kara Patrick. And then when she left, it was Richard Wilson who became that officer.
Okay, well, I assume you'll work on that. 'Cause
Yes,
it wouldn't be nice
but-
for you in your position to have a hole in that spot either.
Right, but again, going back to this is for the federal government to assign that, but we're trying to get into communication with them. We just haven't had success with that. And
Mhm.
hopefully on the federal side, they appoint somebody or have somebody who will contact us or respond to our attempts at contacting them.
The federal problems they're mostly recent. More
Yes.
recent, yeah. So this sounds like it's been a problem. Some of the communication pieces have been problems. Like you said, one of the coordinators was concerned about one of the people that you were going to hire as a district coordinator was concerned about the federal piece. But that's just been recently that's been the federal questions. It hasn't been since July of last year.
No.
That's been a problem.
Yeah.
Okay, and I'm not trying to be hard on you. I'm just trying to get the answer so I don't have to
No,
keep
that's
asking you
fine.
over and over. And you talked about encouraging community partners. And I will tell you that I have had phone calls about the community partner piece, which I'm not saying it's you, but the district does not call back people a lot. There's a lot of not callbacking that's going on. And that's, I think, really defeats foundations that have talked to me about feeling safe about contributing. So everybody, we should all work on callbacks. And I'm not saying it's you necessarily, but I'm just saying that I hear that a lot as a board member.
And if we could, if you could provide me with names of who hasn't been called back, I think that would be helpful for us to reestablish those partnerships with them. Because again, going back to the whole match funding and sustainability, that is a priority for the district. So if there's a partner who felt like we weren't communicating with them, I would like to know so we can reach out to them.
I can do that. Oh, here, I didn't even know. Can
Well,
you hear
President
me
Spray,
on this thing?
President Flores, members of the board, one of the things I could also suggest is they can reach out via email when there's no calls being brought back. And so that we can follow up through those because there could be some loss in translation when they do try to reach a general number as opposed to a specific email. But I would just suggest if we have any particulars, also communicate that with me and I'll do what I can to make sure that the communication goes there.
I'll be happy to do that with the people that I know of, but generally, if you get a call, there must be a list that you keep on going so you know who you haven't called back and not just you, but Dr. Layton or anybody.
Absolutely.
That needs to be, I hear it all the time about this district, that they leave messages and don't hear back, and it gives people the idea that we aren't interested in them or don't care or whatever. It gives a lot of not good feedback. Anyway, and at one point I thought you said the district sometimes doesn't have a clear idea of the budget for different reasons.
I was referring to this specific year that we didn't have a clear idea because of that drawdown.
Got it.
And that was what we were working with Kara Patrick on getting resolved for the district and then ensuring that we were completing our drawdowns.
Okay. I just have a few more questions and then I'm going to give some to Dr. Layton because they're very specific questions and I thought it would take you some time to come up with the data and stuff. You mentioned restorative justice. I hear we don't do that here. I hear that House Municipal Schools doesn't do much restorative justice. Is that true?
So this year was an implementation year, and what we looked at for the district is we're doing a soft roll into it with the school district this year. So we had the risk assessment. We renamed it. It's kind of a health assessment on looking at how we can best support students. So we were using the Carnegie assessment tool for students who could be considered a potential threat to the school to see what resources we could provide. That's our initial step into the restorative justice. We also sent a team to Raton to view what their program looked like. We're hoping next year, or not hoping, we're planning on having Raton present one of their students who has gone through the restorative justice process, and then its full implementation for each of the school sites as well.
And then you're talking about in August when school starts this
Yes.
year, not next year, like in the federal grant next year. All right, thank you. Again, that's kind of not rocket science. Restorative justice has been around here has been around for a long time.
Correct, but it's also a process of, like you said, with our community schools coordinators to ensure that our staff are trained in it as well, so that they have a full understanding of what restorative justice looks like for the students. And we have a positive implementation for students who need to go through that process of restorative justice.
Yeah, great. Thank you for that answer. You mentioned completed surveys for parent needs, and you said that they were all done.
Correct.
where do those surveys go? To whom do those go and who does the assessment on?
So
who
they're,
adds them?
like, Ms. Boren or Dr. Boren said, they'll go to her and she's gonna look through the surveys and put together a summary of what those surveys said so that we can take
And
a
then
look
they
at it
go
as a
back to
district.
you? Is that
Yes.
right?
They'll come back to me and to the coordinators.
Okay, and then what do you do when you get those and take the survey information back?
So that's how we plan out our programming on next steps.
And that's why each school, right?
Yes, that's why we don't do an overall district one. We have it by school site because again, each school site has different needs. Ranchos's needs will be much different from what Arroyos's needs are. There will be some similarities, but
Okay. And you mentioned school climate survey. That's a different survey. Is that correct?
yes.
Tell me about that, please.
So that's looking at how our students are feeling within the school sites, how our staff is feeling within the school sites as well. Those are, questions about how you feel about coming to work. How do you feel about your teachers? How do you feel about your school?
And we've done those in every school this year?
Those are part of the student surveys as well. So
Oh,
those
they
are
are. So then they
incorporated.
go to Ms. Boren also?
Yes.
And then they come back to you
Mhm.
and then you filter them out? Okay.
Mhm.
The program sustainability is a big concern for me and you and everyone who
Right.
likes this program. You said some things about the plan of how to plan for that. Seems like it's something it's looming quite quickly, in my view, from how long it takes to get funding. Who is the point person on that? Who's in charge of that, looking at that program sustainability? Whose job is that?
So that's myself, our district coordinators and our district coordinator and then our school site coordinators. And again, like I had said, it's something that's on the forefront of my planning as well. So it's, I think it's a concern for everybody.
Well, you mentioned that you and the district coordinator who are now the same person, but hopefully we'll have.
I'm hoping to have one,
With
yes.
that.
Mhm.
Okay, great. And then Dr. Layton, I have 7 other real detail-oriented questions. I'll send them to you, and if you don't mind getting them to Ms. Renetta. Thank you. And if you don't have the answers by the June 18th meeting, then the next one would be great. But I'd like to have them.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
you.
They're not trick questions. You'll know the answers.
Vice President
Thank
Ray,
you.
President Flores, that just so that you know that we've already approved the budget for the June 18th. So it would have to go to the July 23rd. I'm sorry, you're right. Thank you. The agenda, yes.
You've already posted it?
We've already approved it and published it, yes.
Okay. All right, well then, regardless, I'll learn my answers on that day.
You will.
Okay, thank you for your time. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
You said July 23rd?
Yes, and one of the other things I can do is just also, once I receive the information, just like I have before when a board member, I can send that, of course, a blind carbon copy so that there's no rolling quorum. I can send that to the board as a whole. Prior to
Great.
then.
Great, that's perfect because I need them by July 24th. That's perfect. Okay, thank you. Thank you all
Ms.
for the
Flores.
time.
Appreciate it very much.
Thank you, President Flores.
Okay, with that presentation being concluded, the next item on our agenda is executive session. Item 8, pursuant to section 10-15-1 H2 of the New Mexico Open Meetings Act,
Bye. Thank
To
you for
dis-
coming.
to discuss limited personnel matters specifically so that 8-1, the superintendent can update the board regarding specific employee movements and contemplated movements. 8-2, the board can discuss with the superintendent's end of year evaluation and further discuss any feedback received from the superintendent regarding the evaluation. And 8-3, the board can discuss, including with the superintendent, possible changes, if any, to the superintendent's contract.
Maybe we start the executive session.
Oh,
Is that okay? Or we can go into it now and just one of us, we can leave at different times.
so
However you want.
prior to entering into executive session, we will take a 5-minute break. And then if the board can come back to the dais and we will vote to enter into executive session So I don't think we need a motion or a vote to enter into a break. So at this time, it is
Thank
a
you.
seven
Thank you, President
31,
Flores.
5-minute break.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
President.
Then we can get rolling and don't have to interrupt.
Okay, the board has returned from their pre-executive session, break. And at this time, we will, go ahead and move into executive session, to cover the items as listed on the agenda. They have been read previously, prior to the board taking their, break. For the record, it is 7:42 PM. I will go ahead and make a motion to enter into executive session. We have a second. Please call for the roll. Thank you.
Board Member Concha,
Yes.
Board Member King,
Yes.
Secretary Trujillo,
Yes.
Vice President Spray, President Flores.
Yes. Get to turn off your mics, Porter.
There's no cups in there, there's lots of air.
cool though. It's,
Once you hear the recording.
3 hours.
A lot of fun, wasn't it?
Okay, for the record, it is 10:52 PM. The board has exited executive session. I would like to make a motion to exit executive session. Call for the roll.
Board Member Concha? Board Member King?
Yes.
Secretary Trujillo? Vice President Spray? President Flores?
Yes, for the record, the board entered into executive session at 7:42 PM to discuss 3 matters. 8.1, the superintendent can update the board regarding specific employee movements and contemplated movements. The board was updated by the superintendent in regards to that subject matter. 8.2, the board can discuss with the superintendent's end-of-year evaluation and further discuss any feedback received from the superintendent regarding the evaluation. The board, along with the superintendent, discussed the superintendent's end-of-the-year evaluation as stated on that subject matter. 8.3, the board can discuss, including with the superintendent, possible changes, if any, to the superintendent's contract. With that said, we'll move to item 9, new business. 9.1 is approval of changes, if any, to the superintendent's contract. The board did not discuss the superintendent's contract at this time, and it is the board's intention to discuss with the superintendent possible changes to his contract at the next regularly scheduled school board meeting. Item 10, future topics. The board agenda has been set for the upcoming meeting due to school personnel not being on site tomorrow. So that agenda is being set, but does the board have any items of future topics to be noted at this time? And if not, we can talk about it next Wednesday. Okay, not hearing anything. Item 11 is upcoming Taos Municipal School Board meetings. As stated, we have a regularly scheduled school board meeting next week, June 18th on Wednesday, to start at 6 PM here at the administration building. Item 12 is adjournment, so move to adjourn. All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you all.
So I'll send the links tomorrow. Agenda. Since we're out tomorrow, the hard copies will be available Monday.
why was I given this?
So each of you received a copy of all the course sections.
That's the whole.
Okay.
That is correct,
Okay.
because next week